Hello, everyone. Good evening. Good evening from London. It's about 8:30 UK time. I hope you're well. And wherever you are, I hope you are enjoying a lovely day. So, today, this is the piece I'm going to be working on. And this is from Heaven and Earth. And it's called, let's have a check, mini patchwork quilt room, mini being the mini size. And I hadn't worked on this piece for quite a while. I think I want to say close to a year. So this is so refreshing to look at it and appreciate the beauty of the design. And so let me show you the full size mock-up, so you get to see what we're working on here. Look at this, so beautiful and vibrant. So I'm starting from upper left and then moving diagonally toward the bottom right, and the color scheme is just to die for. This is a totally my dream piece. And this is actually one of the first, I would say maybe the very first pattern I got from Heaven and Earth. And so it's got a lot of fun memories. And I actually had a little bit of a surprise. Let me show you what's happening here. So let me just show you my app here. So I'm using Pattern Keeper. Let me zoom out just a tiny little bit. So look to the left, and the percentage of my work is 17.61. I was so shocked because I don't remember that I worked on it so much. I mean, yes, fair enough, it's a mini piece, but I've got many sort of mini Heaven and Earth projects going on there. Most of them are still firmly on a single digit. So I was pleasantly surprised. I actually managed to move forward to 17. So this motivates me to want to work on this piece even more, because I might have a chance to finish it. God forbid. What a shock. So this is what I worked on up to the point for whatever reason I moved on to other projects. So today I have a plan. Yes, I have a plan. So let me just plug in my tablet here so I don't run out of the battery. So here, I try to recall the method I used last time. And you can see it's kind of somewhere borderline block by block and park. But some areas, there's no park threads. So for whatever reason, I probably decided to do a mini cross country here, but not very far away, pretty much within a block or two. So it's not crazy. There's no loose stitches moving or floating away here. But suddenly here, I've got a lot of parking threads here. So I think what happened was I couldn't make up my mind whether to park or do a cross country and then end the thread. So it ended up this sort of hybrid situation. So today the plan is I really fancy a little bit of a staircase parking method. That's what I call it. If there's an official term, I stand corrected. So what I'm going to do is to work on it block by block. I think this is probably one of the first parking method I learned, and I want to revisit it to see how it fares today after stitching full coverage for close maybe 3 years. I nearly said 10 years, it feels like it. And I'm going to follow the first method I learned, which is to color complete block by block, one block at a time, and then I'm going to maintain that staircase shape and zigzag downwards as much as I can. Okay, I'm not saying occasionally I wouldn't stray and jump to a blog that's got colors I fancy. So you can see what's happening here. So there's a lot of tidying up I have to do with this method, and these ones are not really fully filled in, and I'll start working on these ones, maybe from these two green blocks first and move downwards. And I'm going to do color complete for each block and then work block by block, hopefully following the order. So if you're not familiar with this way of parking, this might be a great opportunity to see it happening real time. I claim, I will never claim to be an expert on any parking method, but I've explored different methods, so hopefully at least you can see one way of doing it. So with that, hello everyone. Oh, Gayla, happy days you're here. I'm going to just veg and listen and watch you today. Yes, that's one way of enjoying these streams. And Brittany, hello, darling. Hey, so happy to have you live. I know you missed the last couple of sessions. 17, yes, 17 is amazing on a head, even on mini, right? I was so shocked. I said, well, since when I managed to go that far? So I was very impressed with myself. Adventures of Stitching, hello, good evening. And wow, congrats on 17. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know, I'm so proud of it. So hopefully we can move the percentage a little bit further today. Fingers crossed. I've been so excited to sort of look at this piece since last night, and I go, oh, I know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. So I've been thinking about it. So I've been, teaching classes, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, yay, I get to work on this piece later on with this method as well. So let me just move my little needle minders here. So today, it's a warm day in London, but not as warm as the last few days. But still, I haven't sort of eaten much because I just didn't have the appetite. But just prior to the stream, I felt slightly peckish, and I thought with the vigorous stitching I'm gonna be doing today, I'm gonna go straight to the power snacks here. Okay, this is my power snacks of my choice. If you've been watching my stream, you know I munch on chocolate sometimes. And today, on top of it, I'm going to have another alternative. So from the same company, I have no affiliation with this company. This is not QVC, okay? So it's just I've been eating these chocolate from this company for so long. I just want to share, because wherever you are, if you're in the UK, rush out to Sainsbury's or wherever your local health food shop and get one of these. This one's orange and geranium, and this is plain dark chocolate. They're so good. They melt in the mouth and the hands as well, so I have to be very careful. So I'm going to start with the orange and geranium chocolate. So start with power snack, and then I can charge through and do some power stitching today, and I hope you're stitching as well. Snacks of champions, yes, absolutely. If you want a session to go well, start with great snacks, okay? And then so I've got a Diet Coke here, okay? And then I just freshly brew a cup of black coffee as well. So I'm all sorted. I'm all set. Let's go. Let's go. So good to see you today. So what I'm going to do is to start with these two blocks and start filling them in. And Pattern Keeper is the best app when it comes to parking. So that's what I'll be using. And let's see what I've got here. And maybe I'll bring on a little markup here as well for your reference. It's so gorgeous. I totally remember why I fell in love with it when I first saw it. And I was right. I was right. 703. So with this is 25 counts, by the way, one strand at a time. The needle I'm using is 28, size 28. I'm waiting for some spare ones to come through, maybe tomorrow. 703, because I've been running out. So I've been cheating with 26, size 26, and it doesn't feel the same because I'm so used to the feel of it, having really fine needle in my hand. So I'm not thoroughly happy with 26. Still works, and some people might prefer that, but for me 28 feels best. So I've only got one stitch here, and this is I have to think about whether I want to park down because there's already a lot of stitch area, and I'm going to bear with me, zoom in a little bit more. So I'm going to tackle this stitch there. So this is one of the things, is really individual, because the method I'm going to be doing, the classic method, I think, is to park everything either to the side or down, even cross the stitch area, as long as try to fill in the block, and whatever stitch you end up, you just take it to the right or to the bottom. And you might already notice that I don't like taking thread over stitch area, so I might make judgment call based on where the stitch is. I might end the thread. If it's too far away from the next spot, like this one, I'm gonna just end it. Okay, I'm gonna just bring it up somewhere here. Sorry, I have a chocolate in my mouth, and then just tuck it in to anchor the thread. You can't see it anymore. Just pick a stitch, hopefully, well, ideally similar in color, but even if it's not, you can't see it, I don't think. And I'm going to leave it there and move on to the next stitch. 703, pop it back. 703. So with the DMC 1/1 single strand projects, I use my needle parking board. I don't park in my thread organizers. So you probably see this one video in the video section that I basically show you what my board looks like. Brittany says it's 88 Fahrenheit. Oh, 31 Celsius here today. So hot. Yesterday we went over 30 degrees Celsius as well in London. Oh, no wonder it was hot. And I'm going to leave this block on the side. I'll work on that later. So I'm going to sort of create that zigzag shape as much as I can, because it's enjoyable, to do. And I'm going to just complete these blocks here. 505. 505. This is such a beautiful, beautiful piece here. 505. And with this piece, as I said, this could be the first heaven and earth pattern I got, if I remember correctly. And what happened was, this piece is actually my second attempt. The first attempt, because I've just discovered this way of stitching, I didn't know if I was going to enjoy it or like it. I didn't want to invest in sort of all the accessories, material to do it. I just wanted to dive in and see how I felt. So I started, the first attempt of this piece was actually on the 14 count fabric that I had, just in my stash of goodies. And then the thread, you're going to be horrified. Okay, the thread, I actually use a whole bunch of sort of floss that I accumulated throughout the years for embroideries and other projects. They're a mixture of unknown brands. Okay, you probably have some of those lying in your spare room, and some anchor floss. So I had no clue about the color charts, you know, the DMC color chart. For me, green is green, and then it's lighter green. I didn't know they would sort of organize in numbers. I was just clueless, okay. And so basically what I did, I just eyeball the color, look at my stash of floss, and then I try to find a match. Let me just turn off this overly active auto thingy, autofocus. It's driving everybody mad for sure. So it'll be stable from here. And sometimes cameras can be too clever. So I basically eyeball the colors, try to find the closest match, and started stitching it. And I still have that piece. I'm going to show it at one point, because this was my journey to this rabbit hole. And it was, you know, the beginning of the rest was history, as they say. So with this one, I feel happily part this thread to the next block. So I'll probably make a judgment call with each part thread. Normally, I tend to part. The first choice is the closest stitch of that color on the right, because I you know, in terms of order, I'll start to move horizontally for one block and then go down and then to the left. That's kind of the zigzag, the staircase shape. So the first choice would be parking toward the right, if not downwards, and or actually inwards. That works as well. Oh no, not really, because in theory this block should have been done already, right? So either right or left or down, if nothing else, to the diagonal to the right. So there's no hard and fast rules. Whatever feels comfortable and makes sense. Depends on, you know, I tend to pick the nearest stitch. Oh, I'm so happy I'm working on this piece. Hi, Jennifer. Hello there. Good to see you tonight. And I'm going to move it on the side here. And I'm going to move on to the next color. 700. 700. I'm going to do one stitch here. And with single strand and 14 counts as well. This is probably the starting method of my choice. I just stitch over the tail there, leave tiny little tail. I had to practice for this because in the beginning I kept pulling the thread under the fabric and lose it and just end up pulling the whole thing up. Have I, let me see, come up the wrong corner there. There you go. And then what I'm going to do, because the next stitch is actually these ones. So hopefully as I move forward, normally this wouldn't happen as frequently, but I'm going to do a tiny little pin stitch here to move the thread away from the stitch area. This is kind of my own my own thing, because just to avoid having floating threads over the stitch area. And then I'm going to go ahead and stitch these two. I can't tell you how many videos I was searching high and low for parking method when I first started it, because I just couldn't get my head around in the beginning. It's very daunting. You have all these threads dangling everywhere, and I was wondering, where do I take these threads? Why is everybody doing it differently? And yeah, turned out that's just what it is. Everyone has their own little tweak to the method. Lovely here. So these three, and there's no more. Okay, the next one is actually to the right. So I'm going to just end it, because it's I'm not gonna stitch this color for a little while. Hello, rabbit hole. Oh, was it Heidi, if I remember correctly? Yes, I think it's Heidi. Her name is not actually Rabbit Hole, just in case you're wondering. And it's 34, my goodness. Michigan. It's hot everywhere, isn't it? But surely, in Australia, isn't it winter? Isn't it? Anyone from Australia? Because the season's opposite over there, isn't it? This world is so strange. I think another snack, another piece of chocolate might be in order. Oops, sorry. So lovely. I'm gonna sip on my coffee here. Freshly brewed black coffee. So good. And then all these loose stitches, I'm gonna patch them up. 3,799. 3,799. Well, I think the heat during the day sometimes makes you kind of feel a little bit lethargic, because I think if you're used to this kind of temperature, it might be okay. But if you live in London for a while, you're like a vampire. You know, you see the sunlight, you go, what? What is that? What's that bright thing over there? Oh, let me see. Let me check the color. It doesn't look right. 3,799. I probably have got the wrong thread on the number. 3,799. Okay, got it. I knew it. Yes, adventure. Go grab some chocolate. It's mandatory. It is mandatory for power stitching, you know. We're stitching athletes. You need to nourish your body with superfood. And we'll be here when you're back. And there's a little stitch of it. It's so delicate. I love it. And the first attempt with 14 counts, I actually went pretty far as well. For whatever reason, I started from the center, and I actually stitched a whole, nearly a page. And then and then I learned that a lot of people do it from upper left. So you know how clueless I was. I didn't even know that you could start from the upper left, because most of my sort of stitching kit that I did prior to that, I kind of just started from random spot because the pieces tend to be quite small, and it probably didn't matter where I started. So I just went right in the center and started stitching, and then one page later I realized that you could start from upper left, and so I was crossing my fingers because I was counting the blocks, and I think it was manually gridded as well, and I was counting the blocks until I find the upper left corner, and I had no idea whether that was accurate because I wouldn't know until I stitched to the center. Maybe they don't match up, but that didn't happen because within maybe another half a page, I decided to get proper floss, even though the piece turned out quite good. If you pick just, roughly similar colors, you can't really go that wrong. And the picture was still emerging really nicely. But when I started stitching, jumped to the upper left corner, I decided I'm going to give it another go and stitch it properly because it's such a beautiful piece. And I wanted to stitch with the colors following the pattern. So I came, and I think, yes, then I started this piece. I got the fabric, dived straight in to the rabbit hole of 25 count heaven. And here we are, 371. 371. Got one right here. Heidi from Down Under says, I just spent half an hour gridding my dimension web and I felt so much more confident. Yes, you need the grid, which however you do it, either have pre-gridded fabric or do it yourself, definitely. Otherwise I get very, very lost. And there's one stitch here. And I know some people, they grid 5 stitches at a time. And the only person I know of that did that, that does it, is Stitching Masterpieces. She's I think she's from Russia. And she primarily do, I think, kind of mini cross-country. Maybe slightly more adventurous than that. Maybe slightly longer distance. And most of her pieces I've seen so far, they're half stitches, and she actually grids every 5 stitches. She's got so the boxes, the blocks look much smaller. So the first time I saw it, I was wondering why the boxes, the blocks are so small. Because I don't think it's very common, at least in the West or this end of the world, that people grid every 5 stitches. But it's a great reference. Cross Stitch Saga actually gives you the option to grid every 5 stitches. And you can kind of have the thicker border outside and then a little cross in the middle, which is quite nice. But that does mean that you have to grid your fabric accordingly. Otherwise, it's probably not very helpful. 371. 371. AD says, I'm not cross country. I cross the streets. Oh my God, hilarious. Yes. I sometimes cross the street as well when I don't feel very daring. Yeah, I don't know how people do the long distance cross country, because how do you know you're not making any mistakes? You know, it might not be just one stitch or two, it could be the whole block. Depends on how you stitch your piece. 315. And I hate to come to a situation that I have to, you know, rot the stitches or kind of try to fix it. I just don't like the idea. So extreme cross country is just not my thing. And I'm okay with that. It's a loose stitch here. This stitch is like butter. So sometimes in a single stitch amongst, you know, all the stitches around it, it's so snuggly, I just don't bother to end. I just leave a little short tail underneath and just leave it at that. It's not going anywhere. Hey, you're back! Adventure cross stitching. Oh, so you're doing extreme cross country, do you? Wow. Yes, but that so you basically complete the entire piece one color at a time. My God, that is hardcore. But it really depends on how big the project is. If it's within maybe, I don't know, 4 pages, maybe I'll attempt something like that. But anything beyond, no way. No way. I don't trust myself. So have you made like big mistakes and realized they're about, you know, 1 or 2 stitches off from where they're supposed to be? 3371. 3371. I love this needle mitre here. 3371. And it's so appropriate for this piece. It's a quilt room, you know, you have sewing machines. 3371. Do I have one here? 3. Oh, I do. Yes, I think it might be interesting to try. You know, I always like to try something at least once. I might pick, I don't know. I have to find a smaller piece to do that. It might be fun to do. One color at a time. And I've seen people doing that. So it's quite, you know, it creates really interesting effects. It's like you're gradually building this image underneath for the entire piece. So when I'm using cross stitch saga, I get to do that in the smaller scale, you know, within few blocks. You just gradually building, adding the stitches, and you can see the image kind of emerging slowly. And this one I'm going to part below. Oh, it's a bit of a mystery here. 1, 2. Yes, that's what I'm going to do here. So this bit is part of the process of kind of tidying up all the blocks. There's some improvisation going on there. Let me see. Trying to change the color of the part stitches so I can see enough contrast for these colors. Otherwise, and next 898. 898. Oh, so Heidi says it's about the same size as Mini Haid, the extreme cross-country piece, I presume. Fortunately, there's a bunch of black all over. Okay, so there isn't much guesswork involved. It doesn't come out to be stitched on much. Oh, interesting. Yes, I think it really depends on the chart itself and whether, is you get a lot of solid colors, like a big patch of certain color, or you have a piece there's a lot of confetti. I think it probably varies quite a lot. How the stitches end up. Let's see what's happening here. 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 here. So I've got one stitch here, and there's so much fun memory about this piece because when I first transferred it to 25 counts from 14, and with this fabric as well, it's not gridded. So with the earlier projects that I started, I made sure I got the pre-gridded fabric because it helped with identifying where I'm actually stitching. But with this one, I decided to go for a plain even weave. And I remember I was doing a lot of training at that time for yoga, and my mind was totally sort of obsessed with this piece. I just couldn't wait. Talking about being present, present moment when you do yoga. My hair was just thinking about this piece and how it's stitched because it feels so different from my previous experience of other pieces. And I was just so obsessed to come back to this piece every day. I think that's why I've got 17%. That's lovely. And I get to park to the left, actually. Normally I'll park down because I'm still trying to fix these blocks from the previous sessions. So I'm going to park to the block diagonally to the left, which is probably wouldn't do normally. So 1 2 3 over here, actually 3 blocks from the right. It will start to make sense and start to have an order. Next one, 779. 779. I think unless you're monogamous stitcher, which is good for you, I think if you have multiple whips going on, it's a little bit like, I don't know, it's like the food you eat. Sometimes you're really into certain food, you want to eat it every day. And sometimes you just go, well, actually, I'm going to move on to eat something else. And then, move on to the next thing. So with this one, I think I'm trying to think about the order I'll be stitching. I'll be stitching maybe to the right. So I'm going to part to the right here. So it's 4. So the block on the right would be my first option. And if there's no stitches of that particular color, I part down. And if not, I go diagonally to the right. That's the plan anyway. And it doesn't matter, even if you don't park it that way, you just introduce a new thread. No biggie. No biggie at all. There's no stitching police out there and try to arrest you. I don't think. I hope so. I hope not. A90. A90. One little green stitch here. And it's interesting that I've been, because of streaming, it actually gives me a lot more structure in terms of my stitching. And you would have thought when you stitch so much, you probably get a bit bored with it. It's actually the opposite. The more I stitch, the more I want to stitch. The more I realize how peaceful and happy it makes me. And every day I look forward to this time to stitch with you. Uh, 943. 943. Lovely. And the great thing about this this way of stitching, parking, is the fact that it frees up some needles for me, because I'm literally running so low with 28 needles because I've been doing mini cross country, so I tend to park the threading needles on my board, and you just end up use up a lot of needles. They get docked on the board. But if you park, you free up the needles. You might not need as many needles. And I'm sure there'll be people that can stitch the entire piece with one needle. That's possible too, if you just park and not bother with docking your needles anywhere. You just, take the thread off. In this one, I'm going to cross over because I can. I'm going to park over here. 1, 2, 3. So how far you want to park your thread is entirely up to you. Again, within the range that you feel comfortable. I think a single strand isn't too bad with the bulk underneath. When you do 2 strand, maybe something to think about. But single strand, Not bad. I totally agree with you, Heidi. Our brains do love to find soothing activity and repeat it. Yes, stitching and yoga, highly recommended. If anyone says, I'm just agitated, I'm restless, get them to do yoga and stitching. That's it. It's sorted. One more here, then these 2 blocks are filled in. Lovely. 317. I do love filling sort of 1 block at a time, because each block, when you finish it, you get that sort of little high of completion that we really need to keep it going. 317. 317 here. Just checking the color. It's a little one over here. I might even get away with not ending the thread. Just leave a little tail there. Colors all blended together. There you go. 2 blocks filled in. Lovely. 317. Brittany says, I would love to try yoga, but I have arthritis and what's bursitis in both shoulders. Oh, but I've got students of all sorts of conditions. I have students of all ages. They all have injuries. I think yoga helps, particularly with sort of more chronic condition. Obviously, if you just injured yourself, you shouldn't be jumping to yoga. But if it's a fresh injuries, but if it's something that kind of is nagging you all the time, sometimes moving the body is the best option. People tend to think that just don't touch it, don't try to upset it. But sometimes your body needs to be challenged to stay healthy. And the more you challenge it, within reason, okay, you need to know when to rein back. But if you challenge the body, it just gets stronger. That's just the way it is. So you can go to In Yoga, Brittany. I don't know where you live, whether you have studio nearby or even online. Just look up YouTube. There's this thing called In Yoga, as a yin and yang. Just pull up like a 5-minute video, 10-minute video, and normally they will give you option to use household objects as props. And I just noticed there's one row down there I haven't done. I didn't notice because it's so neat and tidy. I just thought it belongs to the next block. Okay, so I'll complete those and I'll celebrate again when I finish them. Yeah, so look up In Yoga. So what In Yoga is, instead of the yoga that you're kind of moving from pose to pose a bit faster. In yoga, you're concentrating on stretching, which could be great for arthritis and that type of things, because your body needs time to kind of come to realization that you're stretching. Most of the times, we don't give it enough time. 947. 947. So the students come to my classes, they have all sorts of conditions. I was talking about this the other day. There's a lady, I think she must be in her 20s. She looks very young. And she came to practice in my classes wearing a pacemaker. A pacemaker. And she actually had cable dangling out of her body. because she's been coming quite consistently. And when I asked, check with everybody, anybody's got any conditions, she had mentioned to me that she had open heart surgery a few years back, maybe some sort of, something she was born with. I didn't pry, but I knew she had a condition. But she had been doing yoga for quite a while, and she had no problems, in a class. But the other day she came over and showed me her pacemaker. I was a little bit shocked. And but she just found a way to work with her body, and that's the beauty of yoga. It's not about, being the super athlete. You work with your body. You work with your body, and that's the wisdom of yoga. There's no end goals. You're not trying to be anything other than, just be there with your body. Rabbit Hole says, let me read it in order. Yes, I mean, there are many forms of yoga. You can do gentle sort of stretches. And so Heidi says, I have a heart lung problems and use a chair for yoga. Yes, absolutely. Chair yoga is a thing, for sure. For sure. And there's such a thing as war yoga as well. So you use the war for support. Definitely. Look up YouTube. YouTube is a treasure trove for content like that. And you don't need to go to the studio. You can start, pretty much after this session. Stitch with me first, and then you get into yoga. And absolutely. I mean, yoga is such a all-embracing form of exercise. You can find a way to do it. Even if you come to a class, and some classes like today's morning class, I teach pretty strong sequences, but there are always options, for you to even, because some people might come to do the yoga for the first time. When you teach at studios, there's no guarantee. So you always try to teach in a way that there's a version for everybody. And there is a version for everybody. Every single type of body, capabilities, flexibilities. There's a version of the poses for you. And I'll give you an advice. If you go to a class, the teacher says you have to do this way or that way without giving options, walk away from that class. Like fast, because you're going to get injured. For sure. And I hope, no teachers actually do that. Well, in fact, I do know some do that. So be very mindful. Be very mindful. I'm going to fill up the bottom row before. Oh, I can part to the right there. How exciting. To the right, 2 stitches there. And up. Yes, Brittany, give it a go. And yoga is all about, people think about poses and being flexible, have your legs over the head. No, it's about breath. And in fact, right now, you can all do so. Deep inhale, deep exhale, and breathing from the nose. And it's called Ujjayi breath, victorious breath. You breathe in through the nose and breathe out through the nose as well. You can do so without anybody noticing. You can do it in the library, in the shops, and just allow the breath to flow through, and maybe make each breath a little bit longer at a time. So you can do it at any moment, wherever you are, on a bus, stitching, And before you know it, because the body's all about that flow of breath, and that keeps us healthy and happy and calm. So 7:40. It's a lovely orange here. Yes, I totally agree, Heidi. Because your body knows what is good for you. Ultimately, we all know. We try to make it into kind of intellectual process. We need to read books to know what well-being is. The body knows. If you do something that feels good, like stitching, you want to do more. And same with yoga. I think the challenge would be that idea of yoga. Sometimes people think that you have to be super bendy. No. If you're not flexible, that's precisely how yoga can benefit your body. You know, it's not going in being flexible. This is not ballet. You know, you're not auditioning for a ballet company. You are going in any condition that you are right now. You can find benefit from yoga. You know, start from breathing. And this will take no time. These colors are so bright, so pretty. And one more here. It's such a joy to stitch this piece. I think I first saw this pattern stitched by a floss tuber, and I think she was stitching it on 14 counts, I think, larger counts. And I just fell in love with the pattern. And I think it might be how I discovered heaven and earth, because I kept seeing this word hate everywhere. I had no clue what it was. What is hate? And then I realized it was heaven and earth design. And my whole world changed. And I'm going to park in the block next to this one. Graded fabric is fabulous. Yeah, Brittany, definitely give it a go. Definitely give it a go. You have nothing to lose. You know, all the content. You can find content on YouTube, everywhere. We're very blessed to have information that is just at our fingertips. 946. Oh, two more here. Then I'm actually done with these two blocks. I missed the bottom row. 946. And it's over here. And then I might park it to the right as well. Let me have a look. I mean, Pattern Keeper is still the most responsive app. I mean, Cross Stitch Saga is quite good as well. And I think this is something the markup IXP can work on, because every time I tap on something or move the screens, there is a little lag there. And there really shouldn't be, not with apps in 2025. It should be super sharp and responsive when you drag and drop, and not drag and drop, when you pinch and zoom, resize the screen, zoom in, zoom out. It should be just real time. But I think markup, somehow there's a little lag there. I need to work on that. And I'm going to park it right here. So I'm actually finished the 2 blocks now. I can celebrate. Move down. So I'm going to start filling up this block now and maintain that beautiful staircase shape. So there's some previously stitched stitches there already there. So I'm gonna start. So this is one of the things when you do this method, and at least how I learned it the first time, that you pick part thread and start with the part thread before anything. And there are 2 ways you can do it. The way I learned it was to start from the bottom up. So you pick up the part threads from the bottom and up, and the benefit of that is obviously you don't have all the part threads in a way. But I've also seen people do it the other way around. They start from the top. So the thing is, if you stitch down, you do have to move the part threads below, away from you. So there's no right or wrong. I tend to do it from the bottom, so that's how I'm going to do it. Just neat and tidy that way. And this block, because there are not that many part threads, so it's easy peasy. But then you might come across blocks that's got like 20 different colors part there. So you do need to find a sensible way of navigating through. And I think that this is why some people don't enjoy parking, because all the threads there. I love it. I love parking method. Yes, Yoga with Adrian. It's very, very well-known channel. She's got loads and loads of content. So you're not going to have shortage of classes to do. And, the great thing about online content is you can pick classes of any length. You could do 10 minutes, 5 minutes. There are always different ones or longer. So if you go to the studio, you tend to do at least 45 minutes to an hour. And some people, if they're not sure, might not want to commit that kind of time. But most people will have no problem, really. It's more of just building up, kind of, gain some confidence with it, and there'll be no problem. And then when you pick up a thread or a color, you complete all the stitches of that color within the block. I'm gonna mark it here. So it's relatively fast, depends on the number of colors within the block, and it's neat and tidy. You basically just focus on the 100 stitches in front of you and nothing else. So it's a bit more predictable way of stitching, I think. And 1, 2, 3. Just want to make sure that I haven't stitched in the wrong row. And the staircase method can start from any direction. So I go from top left, bottom right. You can go from any corner of your choice. I've seen people stitch from bottom up. Down a little bit here. Yes, online class is great if your work hours or whatever you do, the timetable does not allow you to go to a studio. And also some people might live somewhere quite remote. There's no yoga studios nearby. So it's actually really wonderful, and it's free content as well. It's absolutely fabulous. Now I'm trying to think where I'll park it with this color. Oh, I'm loving it so much. All the fun memories are coming back with this piece. Why did I ever stop? I don't know. There's so many pieces to work on, and I love them all. It's terrible. And so that's the last stitch within this block with this color. I'm going to part down. I could part to the right, but because the last stitch I made was on the left, and the same color on the right, this block is on the upper area, so I kind of don't want to take my thread that far, because the next stitch of this color is just right here. So I just pick the nearest location. But in principle, block on the right, number 1, and then bottom number 2. Actually, it's 1 stitch down on the second row. I can actually hear the wind from the outside. It's getting a little bit windy. It's interesting. It's there. And then, oh, I've missed the fact that there are a couple of part threads here at the bottom. Okay, so in theory, I should have started from the bottom there. Why don't we do that? Because the definition of the lines are fading a little bit. I'm going to just make them a little bit darker. It's been a while. Sometimes the lines fades a little bit. Hey, Sophia. Hello. How are you? Welcome. So here we go. The thread management is very relaxing to do. I know it drives some people crazy. So I've got one part at the bottom. So if you have multiple threads part on the same row, I tend to start from the right, one on the right. Again, it's not set in stone, but you know, I don't think this color is correct. Why do I have this color? Oh no, this is actually, it belongs to the row above, and this is the one I'm talking about. So there are two different threads, okay? Two colors part on the same row at the bottom there. You can do left from right, right from left, but it makes sense to kind of move the opposite direction from bottom right corner to the upper left, or from bottom upwards. It's just kind of what my instinct wants to do, and I'm following my instinct. There we go. So there's quite a few stitches here, which is nice. I'm really good, Sophia. I'm loving this piece right now. And the fabric's so soft to stitch. Because I have projects that I have pre-gridded fabric as well. And I love the fabric as well. It's very helpful. But the gridded fabric tends to be a bit more stiff because of the starch and maybe the print, whatever ink they use. But this is so soft. This is like stitching cloud. It's so lovely. I think it's a DMC, 25 counts. It's just so airy to stitch. And one more here. And in fact, in order to patch up block next to it as well, actually, I'm going to park it. I'm not going to park it. Okay. I'm going to stitch these two. There's two here. So this is kind of a section because I'm trying to fill up all the stitches from the previous session so I can start block by block properly. So I'm going to just stitch these two quickly and end the thread here. 898 and pop it back. Eight, 9, 8. Here we go. Have a sip of my Diet Coke. No. So I'm gonna pick the one at the bottom, but it's part 2. The bottom left there. One, two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 2. And 1 on the bottom. I'm going to park it. The thread is getting a little bit short, but I think it's still worth parking. Let me see. Yeah, it should be alright. To the right, it's 1 stitch. Oh, you know what? Because the next stitch, the top, when I bring the thread to the right or bottom, you pick the first instance this color is appearing, which is on top. Oh, do I want to do that? Oh, go on then. Okay, I'm gonna just bring it over here. So I'm taking from here over there. Hopefully the floating thread will get stitched down as well, because it's quite vertical. It's literally just straight up. Good. Next one. This is super short, but there's only 2 stitches here, and I'll be done with this one. Stitchy Dutchy. Hi everyone. Do I know you, Stitchy Dutchy? Why does that name sound really familiar? Let me have a look. Are you a floss tuber? Or you just have a very similar name? It sounds very familiar. Yes, I know you, darling. I've seen your work. I have been watching you. Stitchy darling, come over here. Yes, I think this is a Stitchy Dutchy that I knew. I have watched your channel. Are you still creating content? Oh my goodness. In fact, I'm going to snip this one off. It's too short. I can't even thread it through, so I'm going to give up that one. And move on to the next one here. Oh my. How many starstruck moments will I have? Just getting visited by these legends. Yes, I have watched your channels and, you know, maybe for a couple of years, but I think you stopped making content, correct? But I probably watch most of your videos. I was trying to learn from you. Your stitching is so neat. And you're so calm and patient. I'm so happy you're here. So are you stitching right now? And if you are, I'd love to know what you're working on. And I think if I remember correctly, I probably learned about the friction pen from you. Is that your pen of choice when it comes to gridding? I'm trying to recall. Oh my goodness. 1, 2, 3 from the left. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three here. Right, yes, I did realize that your most recent content was a while back. Yes, physical and techie. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. So you're working on Bedtime Story by Chris Dunn. That sounds like a lovely piece. That's beautiful. I'm glad you're stitching. So whether you're recording or not, you know, I'm happy to hear that you're stitching. Because sometimes if you're online and you kind of start making content, people just think you'll disappear, but you're just living a normal life. I think taking a break for whatever reason. But people tend to think maybe something happened to you. I'm so glad that you're well. And thank you for teaching us many techniques. I'm a baby stitcher in comparison. So I'm learning from and learning anything I can. So this one's got 3 stitches here. And this one over here, I'm gonna just fill it up, even though this is from the next block. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the thread, even though on this block there's one more stitch at the bottom row there, but I just don't fancy the idea. Do I want to take it down here? All right, then I'll do so, because there's still some unstitched area here, because otherwise I'll probably end the thread and start again. But take a deep breath. It's okay. I get cold sweat if I have to take the thread too far away. And now I'm going to park it to the right. There's 4 from left. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to park it here. What a lovely method this is. I said every day about the method I'm using. I know. Oh, is it a nice piece then? Lovely. Yay. Haiti, yes, I love it. I love it when I get away with it. It just like use up the last half an inch of the floss of a thread if I can. I know, I know. I love it. It's a moment of victory. You guys, if you don't know Stitchy Dachi, please have a look at her channel. It's so educational. She's probably the neatest stitcher. One of the neatest stitchers I know. I can never stitch like that. So neat and tidy. But I admire it all the same. A17. A17. I need a new thread. A17. Hello. A17. My autofocus is turned off. I just remembered. A17. Totally, Dachi. I check your channel from time to time, hoping that you add new content though. So, but you shouldn't force it. If it's not flowing, for whatever reason, just come back whenever you're ready, So I'm going to stitch the entire row here. There's only one, okay, 3 colors remain, but so once you run out of part thread, what I normally do is I'll start from top to bottom, following, whichever color comes first. So that makes a lot of sense for most people, I think. And technically, you could go from colors of with least amount of stitches and start from there, but obviously with pattern keepers it doesn't calculate for you, so you can eyeball it if you want to do it that way, but it's not always super precise. If you don't mind that, you can go from max or minimum to max, whichever order you want. There's no hard and fast rules. You're being very humble, Dachi. I have no idea how you guys found the channel. It's the magic of algorithm. And I'm very grateful. The entire row. Oh, that's one key stitch there. No one will notice. I'm gonna just keep going. So Stitchidachi says, I have plans to record again. I just need something to hold my phone in the right position to record. Oh, there are many options. If that's the only technical issue, there Nowadays you can get like, whether you want something that's freestanding or something you can clump on the desk, there are even magnet ones that you can just stick your phone on without having to clamp it down. Just have a look at the Amazon. There's so many options now. So you can have freestanding ones as well. I like to use an arm because I use sort of grown-up cameras. I happen to have some cameras, quite heavy, but good pictures. I think the first couple of videos, the non-live stream ones, I probably use my iPhone as well, and it's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. iPhones or any sort of smartphones, more than capable of doing that. And I couldn't stream with my phone because I was a baby channel. In the very beginning, it doesn't allow streaming with iPhone. You have to earn that privilege. But luckily I can do it via a PC, desktop PC from a Mac. Oh, my channel was recommended in a face group called Simply a Stitcher and Friends. Wow. How nice. That's very kind of them to do that. What is it? If you don't want to purchase something, do you have a stuffed animal? A sack of dry beans? Some folded cardboard? Oh, right, to prop it up. Oh, right. Depends on where you position your phone because you want that top-down view, don't you? I've seen people, I'm trying to think, as long as you can prop up the phone to point at, I presume, your fabric, your frame, then you can use anything. But you want to keep it stable, don't you? But those iPhone stands, they're probably a lot more secure, probably more stable. And they're not pricey at all. You know, you can get them quite not very expensive for phones anyway. If you want an arm or a stand for cameras, then you know it gets a little bit more costly. But for iPhones, I think so many people use those stands for, you know, vlogs and stuff. You can get a mini tripod. You can prop it anywhere, hold it in your hands if you want to do that. Oh, but I thought your videos are mostly looking down on the fabric, so I don't know how you used to do it, but it looks like a top-down view to me. But yeah, you can use any household object as long as you can sort of keep the phone in a stable position, and anything works. And I hope you start recording again and share your wisdom with us. And how nice for those whoever recommended my channel. Thank you so much. Oh my god, I'm trying to catch up with the chat. It's so relaxing, just filling in this color here. This orange is really making me happy. Right, power snack time. I think I need a piece of chocolate. Here we go. I'm going for the plain one this time. Sorry about the noise of the paper. Here we go. Here's a plain one. Lovely star there. Oops. Need to remember to wipe my fingers so I don't get the chocolate on my fabric, which happened before. Because particularly with hot days, and good chocolate just melt instantly in your hands. Stitchy dutchy. I want a top-down view. I want to share my stitching, not my face. It's so funny. It's so easy without a face, I know. Because not everybody's, wants to put their face on the camera. And also, it's so much easier. I can wear no makeup. My hair could be utterly, atrocious. Have bad hair and whatever hair. And I could be wearing my pajama. I do wear clothing, okay? It's a family show. But, it doesn't matter. And it's really relaxing, so I don't feel like I have to prep myself, make myself pretty. Not that it's working at all. But I can just sit down just like a normal person and just stitch. Isn't that correct, Dutchie? I'm sure you agree. So funny. Not sharing my face. I'm with you. One stitch on the left here. Joyce, okay. How wonderful, Joyce. Yes. So I don't have to call you Dachi anymore. That's a beautiful name, Joyce. Three down here. Two over here. And Joyce, tell me, are you a monogamous stitcher or you like me? Just swing around different pieces. and claiming that you're in love with every single piece. Are you like me, fickle? I don't know if YouTube love faces because a lot of channels, you just have it almost like radio or podcast. You just listen to the sound. Doesn't matter the visual. I think it matters more if your channel is kind of character based, personality based, and if you want to make that your selling point. But I think speech is very interesting. I always enjoy speech based channels, but this channel or Floss Tube channel obviously is unique in the sense you are looking at something. I kind of equate it quite a lot to game streaming because it's about the games. It's not about the person playing the game. Sometimes you have a little box of the person's face, and that's perfectly fine. But ultimately, you're watching what's on the screen, what's happening there, rather than the voice. So I don't mind one way or the other. Let me check the length. Oh, my floss is quite short. So I might, I don't know. Right, I felt a little bit wasteful leaving this, but it's just not very long. Okay, I'm gonna end it. It's kind of short actually. So Joy says, I've got enough whips for about 3 lifetimes. Join the club. Join the club. I'm happy to hear that. It validates me. I feel normal. Because I'm just looking at my whips and going, that cannot be normal. And there's no guarantee that I won't start more. Nothing is stopping me. You can try. It's not gonna work. Oh, this blog is almost finished. I'm so happy. And 3 more stitches. 498. 498. I've got one threaded. How lovely. Yes, Jennifer is the floss tuber as well. And I think she hadn't streamed for quite a while, and she's looking to come back to streaming. Yay! One more here, and I'm just checking whether there's... Okay, so now I need to make a judgment call because my end stitch is here, but the next stitch that exists in the next block is over there. So I need to decide whether I want to park over to the right and take the thread from this point over there, which is about 10 stitches. It's a little bit more than my liking. So what I'm going to do is come to a compromise. I'm going to anchor a stitch here, down here, a pin stitch. So pin stitch here. So the goal is to take the thread away from the stitch area, and then I can take it back here. So this is what I do a lot. So you can imagine, well, you can't see through it, but the thread behind under the fabric will go from here, here, and there. And I'll have opportunity to stitch the floating thread down. That makes me happier. I know it's an extra step, but it makes me happy. 22. So Stitchidachi Joy says, right now I'm very focused on bedtime story as a gift for my second grandchild. My goodness. He's going to be 18 when you finish, right? Is that aiming for 18th birthday? He's due end of October. Oh, so the baby is not born yet. My goodness. So October this year. Right. And how far are you? I'll Google the piece to see what it looks like. I'm very curious. Is it a large piece? Let's have a look. And if I can find it, I'll show the picture to everyone. Bedtime story. Wow, October is not that far away. Bedtime story. Cross stitch pattern. Let's have a look. And you can tell me whether I found the right one. Hang on. I've got all sorts of... Have you got a name of the artist? Maybe that'll narrow it down. Bedtime story. I can't find it. It doesn't look anything like... Are these any good? Let me see. Let me turn on my my autofocus because it's just not finding its way. Not these one. I think you normally do full coverage, don't you? Why do I get these ones? I have no idea. If you can give me your the artist's name, I can probably find it. Oh, Chris Dunn, of course. You did mention that. Yes, I'm not familiar with the artist, so Chris Dunn. Got it. Oh, lovely. I love it. Sorry about the screen. This is gorgeous. Wow, let me zoom out a little bit. It's gorgeous. I love the color scheme. Is it a large piece? 102K. Oh my God. And are you pretty close if you're aiming for the birth of this lovely child? Oh, that's gorgeous. The baby's gonna love it. It's so whimsical. Oh my God. It's a beautiful piece, Joyce. And what percentage, dare I ask? Please don't say 10. By October, it's a bit challenging to finish it by October. Well, which October, I think. But a child can only stay in the womb for about 9 months. So I presume it's this year. One stitch here, one stitch wonder, and there's no surrounding stitches around. So I'm going to stitch this one and end it. piece this bit down. And I might not even end it any particular way. I'm going to just leave a little short tail there and snip. Two. 68. So do you think we can finish it by October? That's like 4 months away. Wow. You'll have to sort of stitch in an Olympic level speed, and 919. Or you can aim for 18-year-old 18 years old birthday. 18th birthday, rather. You always have that option. Then you have plenty of time to do it. But that's so sweet. This is such a sweet piece. It's gorgeous. This one as well. I'm gonna just pull the rest through and just leave it like that. This is boxed in. It's not gonna go anywhere. 919. 919. Here we go. Sip of my drink. And just 2 stitches here. I will be completing this block as well. 3799. 3799. Need a new thread. 3799. Here we go. That's the one. 799. Five two two. Oh, 379. Just 1 stitch, and that's it. Hello, Sarah. Welcome. So, just 1 little stitch here. This fabric is so delicate. I love it. So soft to stitch. And this one, to make it more secure, I'm going to end it here. Tuck it in. 3799. Hello, Rose. Rose says, hello, my name is Rose. Hello, Rose. And I'm new to your channel, found you by chance, and have been listening and stitching. Wow. Welcome. Jelly World by Hade. Oh, I know the piece. Yes, you have a calm and peaceful voice, not easy to listen to. Thank you so much. That's very kind for you to say that. Jelly World, yes, I actually been watching, I think maybe a Japanese channel. Japanese lady, she's been working on that as well. It's mesmerizing, the design. Great choice. And is that a stitch along? I don't know. Because I kept seeing that title along with that piece. So maybe it's just for that channel. For the viewers to stitch along. 550. 550. Welcome to the channel, Rose. Just one stitch here. And then nothing in the surrounding area. And I'm going to bring the thread over here. So in any case, if it's coming loose, it will be stitched down by then. My strategy, my cunning plan. Mm. 550. 550. Oh, it's a Hade project. 2005, so it's very, very, oh yeah, I did see, I kept seeing Saul next to the title. So does that mean you only get one piece at a time? I see. 2025 is brand new. Beautiful. And from here, I'm going to move one block down. This is so satisfying to do. I'm going to need to fill up this half block there that's left over from the previous sessions. And I'm going to go from top to bottom like a good person, like like a good girl. 905. 905. Sometimes I follow rules until I break them. 905. Good. The color variation for this piece is just so pretty. Oh, Brittany, are you doing Jelly World as well? Wow. It's a popular piece, I bet. And where do I park it? I am going to... There's no stitches of this color next to it on the right, so I'm going to move down. There are a couple of stitches down here. So it's 3 from the left. 1, 2, 3, and 3 from top as well. Okay, so that's the correct spot. 1, 2, 3, yes. So Rose says you buy one chart out of 12. They select and you have to finish 6 pages by end of the year to get all the charts they selected, plus their bonus charts they send you. So do you mean charts of the same piece? So they give you a portion of, oh, or you're saying the 6 pages, it basically completion of the Jelly World. Is that correct? Because I have no idea how big the piece actually is. Wow. Sounds like a challenge. 6 pages within a year. Well, I suppose it's doable if that's the only piece you stitch. 6 pages is like a mini Haid. 703. It's like this piece. This piece got 6 plus a little bit pages. Two stitches here. One more. And then 2 from the right, 3 top down. 1, 2, 3. It's worth counting with a needle because otherwise I can easily park the one block off. That happens a lot. And 2 from the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. And then 1, 2, 3, 2 from above. There. And you know what? Just when I thought I was following the rules, there's one single stitch for the block below. Just one. So I'm going to just stitch that. And then I'm going to take this thread to the right, block on the right there. I'm allowed to break rules. It's true. I'm going to go 4 from the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Dachi says, I just love it when you call out the color numbers. I try to guess the color. It was right on the last 2. No way. You mean just by the number you know what colors they are? My God, you're in a different league. Stop showing off. Stop showing off, Dachi. It's just not fair. I think I probably know 2. Sorry about the wrapper noise. I'm trying to get a piece of chocolate out. I need to calm my nerves. I mean, is this some sort of party trick? You can pull. Just Give me a number, and then you can just pull out the string. You can guess the name, the actual title of the thread. I think I know 2. I know 666 because it's like a horror film. 666. I know it's a bright red color, and I know 310. It's a black or close to black color. That's it. That's the end. That's the end of it for me. No way. So it's like a game. Yes, I do call them out because I have to, by saying it, it helps me to register in my brain when I look for a number. Because if I don't, by the time I get to my floss organizer, I've forgotten which number I'm looking for. Brittany, you can as well. My goodness. I'm just surrounded by savants. Like Rain Man type of ability. And 562. But over 500 colors, right? 562. Five, 6, 2. Roxy, you're such a show off as well. Welcome, Rose, Roxy. Yeah, I have a couple of them. They're more memorable, but anything between is a lost cause. 3808. Man, 3808. Which color is that? 38. Oh, it's like some sort of competition. Oh, I see. It's like a golden beige color. Very nice. Everybody's showing off. That's fantastic. It shows that I have I just can't remember numbers that well, to be honest. I can't count. So I can barely remember my own phone number. Just about. Wow, I didn't know that you eventually gain this type of ability if you stitch for a long time. And I'm going to just park the next stitch right there and tease that bit down. $992. Okay, are you ready? 992. Give me the color. 992. No cheating, no Googling or pattern keeper. Check. 992. 992. I've got it. Oh, I like this color. It's a color of ocean. Look at this. Oh. Oh yes, Brittany. You may use certain colors a lot, but to remember more than 3 is a bit of a push for me. So Dachi says, it's not the skill, it's horrible. Why? When I happen to wake up when I have to wake up at 4:13, my mind goes, no way. No way you remember the actual name of the color. Oh my God. Oh, my world is just melting down knowing this. Because it's just not even anything close to what I can do. Yeah, well, it took me a while to realize they don't just have numbers, they have actual name, you know, like midnight blue or something. I'm just making it up now. Like an actual name for the color. Imagine if you know all of them. That's so funny, Dachi. What a burden. Genius is a burden that you have to carry, unfortunately. And I'm going to end this actually. I don't want to park this one too far away. Oh, no way. 992. I like this color actually. Beautiful. 992. No, Sarah. Sarah says, I once look out my window and the trees cross the river, and my first thought was, oh my God, that's a lot of confetti. No way. Oh my God, I'm glad I'm sitting down. Oh dear. You start seeing stitches wherever you go. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious. I'm not that bad yet, okay? I still have some sanity left. Luckily. Not for long, I'm sure. The way it goes. Oh dear. 16. Yeah, that's a scary thing, Brittany. Someone's gonna pop up and go, I can recite all the DMC color plus the names, human names, from beginning to the end and backwards, you know. I'm sure they exist. And they're gonna visit this channel very soon. So brace yourself. Probably a hay designer. I doubt it. They probably just use software. They probably have no idea what they they just let the AI do its job. No, I'm sure they do a very thorough check. And I've heard, I don't know if it's true or not, they actually have professional stitchers to stitch samples to see if it come out decently. Or maybe just rumor, I don't know. But I think that makes sense because it doesn't matter how reliable the digital sort of markup is. You don't really know until it's actually stitched. And I wonder if they actually make adjustments. You know, let's say if one area is just too inhumanly confetti, maybe they tone it down a little bit. I don't know. But then some people might actually enjoy confetti. I fancy a little bit of confetti from time to time. If I have to stitch sort of big block of the same colors for a while, I do crave for a little bit of color switching. Whoops, I think I missed that one. And it's beautiful lime color, lime green. I'm sure it's got a beautiful name. It's a shame the pattern keeper doesn't show the human name. I'd love to know. Maybe I actually remember the human names a lot easier than numbers, because numbers just totally nonsensical for my brain to digest. Sometimes I remember 152 as well. The only reason I remember it is because I had to top up that color a lot. It's clearly a very popular color for most pieces for Hade. So it's one of the few colors I have to buy a few more to top it up. And I'm sure it's got a beautiful name as well. Oops. It's getting very short. So I might need to end it. In fact, I'm going to just... it's a bit risque. It's too short to rethread, so I'm going to just stitch... leave a little tail, maybe... That's okay, I'm going to just snip it off. Hope for the best. So Dachi says, I think that Karen, the needlebug, will know a lot of colors. She's been stitching a long time and had an LNS once. What's LNS? Yes, Karen has come and visit this channel, and she's been so helpful to me. I sort of popped up from nowhere, and she's been just nothing but kind and helpful. And I bet she probably can recite all the colors from back to front. Well, Roxy says, if you stare at the DMC color chart almost every day, I'm sure you remember at least most of them. Not this girl. Well, I wouldn't say I stare at DMC all day long. No, I don't. But I stitch a fair bit. But yeah, it's just the color just doesn't, well, numbers just don't register that much for my brain. But I'm sure a lot of people probably can. Let me see. Let me grab another one. Yeah. 564. 564. It's one stitch here. Ooh. Right there. And then let me have a look. Oh, so I have a stitch there already. Hang on. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then 2, 1, 2 here. Interesting. Oh, I see what's happening now. Okay. So I'm going to fill in this color within this area, within this block. And then one under here. And then one more. Let me check if there's any. Okay, so to the right, and it's fine because it's all unstitched, so I'm happy to do that. So it's 3 down, 1, 2, 3, and 4 from the right. So it's under here. Yes. Tease this one down. Okie dokie. So let me just fix this. So there's one stitch there. Let me have a sip of my coffee here. Six, 7, 7. 6, 7, 7. I've got one threaded. And 1, 2, 2. It's really subtle pale color. Right. There's one more at the bottom here. It's one little stitch. Again, there is one single stitch at the block at the bottom, so I'm going to cheat and just do that one before I take the thread to the right. Right, and it's going to be on the second row. Let me have a look. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Lovely jubbly. And the next one, 906. 906. over here. It's just so delicate, the stitch. I love it. And one more bottom here. So going to pop down. So the 4 stitches from below, from the top. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Brittany, hey, it's great that you dropped by. You have to cut your grass. How wonderful you have grass to cut. I've got a patio, no green grass there. And I'll catch you later. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And how lovely to have you, Brittany. Catch you later. Enjoy the weeding. And the next one, 16. 16. 16. Whoops. Got a few stitches of this color. Mhm. 2 more down here. 3 stitches down here. Beautiful. Then one more. And then I'm going to park it down right here. Because there are a few stitches on the right as well, but I have to take the thread a little bit further. So I choose to park down. And I'm just so happy I've got a lot of free needles. I'm running so low. $9.07. Just one oh, more than one stitch. One stitch on this block. Then I'm going to pop down. You know, I actually have seen a couple of floss tubers. Those videos are a little bit older. I don't know. Maybe people just don't do that anymore. Some of them are kind of hyper worry about leaving lines with blocks. So they actually made a point of making the border of let me just make sure it's not crooked. They actually make a point of stitching out one stitch, so you create kind of a zigzag effect of the edges. A little bit over the top. I'll probably do my head in, but I think you probably have to pull the thread so tight to create that kind of hard lines. Because normally I don't. I think these ones I probably do somewhat block by block, but you don't see the lines. So I don't do anything particular to stop the lines from happening, because it's fine. A32. I need a new thread. A32. Mustard, grassy mustard color. And just 3 stitches here. One, two. Okay, I missed one stitch here. I know what's happening. I'm gonna just stitch over it. No one will know. So in theory, you would stitch one block and then move to the block on the right and then move down. So you have that sort of staircase effect. But sometimes if I feel sort of visually fatigue of a certain color, I sometimes very often stitch out of order and move to the area on the diagonal line to a different color palette. Like below you've got a lot of pink, for instance. So if I stitch a lot of greens, I get a little bit fatigue. You know, I just jump to a different area. I think it's much better to do that than trying to force your way through, because I don't know, ultimately it's about enjoying every stitch that you make. You're not trying to prove anything, so I'm not. So, right there. Let me have a look. Right, 3766. 3766. It's a lovely blue here. So this is the second one. 1, 2. Let me just tease this bit out. Turn this thing off. Ah, yes, starchy. So you get that as well. Yes, because visually, if you look at the same colors, even with variation, your eyes just get tired of it. So I tend to switch from different color groups or lighter and darker, just to, keep it fresh. 1, 2. I think this one's supposed to be blue, but I'm gonna skip it. And that one. And same thing, I'll switch sort of different fabric sizes, like I'll stitch 25 one day for a couple of days, and I'll switch 14 just to shock my system to reset, and vice versa. I think just maybe it's healthier, so just keep your eyes adaptable to whatever changes. It's like exercise. People do cross training, so your body is not used to doing one thing. And I think I might actually part this one up here. It's a little bit risque, but I think it might be okay. Here we go. Just one stitch over there. Roxy says, I've tried 25 count multiple times, but I just can't like the ease of Ada. Okay, so what fabric count do you stitch? What is your favorite? What's your comfort sort of go-to count. 25 count is not for everyone. There's no point sort of, you know, killing your eyes for it. There's no prizes to win there. So Stitchy Dutchy says, this whip has a lot of browns and has to prevent getting bored. Yes, yes. Looking at that piece, it's beautiful, but the color palette is kind of similar. I stitched the blocks of a page in the checkerboard. You know what? You know what? I saw a lady doing that and I had no idea what well, just checking we're talking about the same thing, because the other day, or a short while ago, I saw a lady, I think maybe a Japanese floss tuber, the very original. I saw a lady basically stitch like checkerboard pattern, one block here and then to the diagonal block. Is that what you're talking about, Dachi or Joyce? Huh. I didn't know it was a thing. I had no idea. And I was wondering, because it was in Japanese, so I didn't know what was happening. Maybe she explained it. But she was doing the checkerboard and leave the blocks, diagonal blocks next to the block she's stitching unstitched. And then she moved like that. Is that what you do to avoid fatigue for the eyes if you're stitching something? And I believe she was the lady last stitch, the Jelly World. Is that a thing? Huh. Just when you think you've learned, you've seen everything, there's a new one coming along. I don't know, is a new thing? Is that? Huh. 208. Oh, it's a different color. It's not a green, lovely. 208. 208. Yes, Joyce, because your piece is mostly brown and beige. If you keep stitching, you know, trying to finish by October, your eyes will get really tired. I can imagine that. So Roxy does 14, 16, 18, lovely. I can just pick up and go with even weave. I found it was struggling. I stitched for fun and relaxation. Don't have the patience to learn to learn even weave. Totally. I think everybody has, you know, sort of different, I wouldn't even say goals, you know, but basically the reason they stitch. If you have to fight through small stitches to prove something, then, you know, that's not why we stitch. I enjoy 14 counts just as much as 25. It's a different experience. Absolutely. I've been doing a lot of 14 counts as well. And I love them. I love those pieces. I think people tend to think the smaller the stitches, more details you get. And I think there's some truth to that, but it doesn't mean it's more beautiful. Not necessarily. And ultimately, because we're stitching such large pieces as well, if you don't enjoy the actual experience of stitching, what are we doing here, right? Yeah, I sub Jennifer's to Jennifer's channel as well. When she starts streaming, I'll be joining in. So I am going to pot down instead, I think. Or maybe I will. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pot down with this purple. Because it's just so close. And when I just looked through my whips today, I actually have another piece I stitched on 20 counts. And I actually did 10 stitches, which is a new combination for me. So I might pick that up at some point and do that as well. It's a different combination, isn't it? Different type of stitches, different fabric counts, any combination. Ah, interesting. Rose says, I have found 28 or 32 count. What? My go-to these days, but I like 14 and 18 are good when I'm relaxing a long day. Yes, some variation and variation is nice, but 28 and 32, do you do 1/1? That's very small. I haven't tried anything above 25 yet. So that's another thing on my list to try. I'll probably go blind, but who knows? Is it called wiring? Dutchy, you know all the lingo that I have never heard of before. Are you referring to the checkerboard method? So you've seen, quite possibly, you've probably seen the same person, because the lady was stitching Jelly World and she was doing checkerboard. I was so confused. Oh, reverse stitch. I have no idea what that is. Yes. Maybe you can share the channel name. I'll go for a little sneaky peek. But the checkerboard, I genuinely, I just couldn't figure out why you would do that. But does that help with fatigue of the eyes? If the entire piece has got very similar color scheme, it doesn't matter if you checkerboard all your way through. You're pretty much still stitching the same color groups. 743. 743. And I love discovering different way of stitching because it's just more fun. I get to try. 743. Some of you might have already guessed it. 743. Okay. It's a lovely, lovely, rich yellow color. Almost golden. Ah, 1/2. Okay. So that's a bit more human, I think. 1/2. Okay, so the stitch size is 14 and 32. Would that be 18? Yes, that makes sense. Just move it up a little bit more. So, okay, so it doesn't help with fatigue, the checkerboard method. So what is the reason for that? Is it just make it more fun? Sort of break the pattern of stitching continuously. Um, Fascinating. Fascinating. I'd love to know why people do that. Because I'd love to try if there are good reasons. Two stitches of this pretty yellow here. One more down here. So this area is not full-on confetti, but there's a fair number of color changes. And then I'm going to take it downwards. So 4 from the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 from bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4. The great thing about block by block is every time you start a new block, it's like a new beginning. So there's a sense of starting and ending that keeps the momentum going. Right, Rose. 32 is like 16. I like the smaller holes in the fabric. Right. Oh, I get it. I get it. Yes, so instead of 16 count Ada, it's oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. And I think it probably matters more if you're doing non-full coverage, right? Because if you can see through the fabric, that's why some people stitch on linen, because when the fabric shows through, it's a bit finer. Whereas Ada looks like Ada. You get that big blocks of, you know, white area full of stitches and just different effects, I think. And I love to try do a bit more linen as well. It sounds like a nice little challenge. 996. I have done samplers on sort of linen. 996. I enjoyed it, but I just haven't gone back much. 996. Haven't done that much samplers in the recent couple of years. Just one stitch here with this beautiful blue. Just one stitch over here. One, two. And over here. Let me just move my camera a little bit. Make sure it's nice and level. Three, three, three. 3, 3, 3. So I might start from the bottom up. So I can take the thread to the block on the right there. It's all about strategies. One, two, and one more here. One, two, and park. So much definition. I mean, this is mini, you know. Still captures a lot of details. One stitch wonder coming up. 5, 8. 5, 8. Oh, 5, 1, 8. 5, 1, 8. One stitch here. Just pull it through. Um, 7, 9, 4. 7, 9, 4. Oh, well, good night, Dachi. What's the time over there then? Beauty sleep, absolutely. We'll need that. Thank you for visiting. And I hope to see your new content very soon. And pop by to say hello anytime. And maybe we can stitch together next time. And have a good night, nighty night from London. What a lovely lady. Not sleepy at all. So I'm going to keep going for a little bit. It's only 25 past 11. It's not nearly bedtime for me. Right, just one stitch on the right there. Next to it. Okay, Jennifer, have a good night. Thanks for visiting. Have a great rest of the day. So good to see you here. Why do I have a stitch here? Very puzzled. One up. May have parked the wrong place. That's why it's and maybe this one, yes. Forgot to mark it on my app. Sarah's is 5:30 here. PM, I trust. Very civilized time still. I think people in America, this is still probably afternoon or maybe early evening. So 3A05. Just one stitch on the side here, and then I'm going to pop to the right. Texas, yes. If it's Texas, it's still in the afternoon. Okay, this one got snagged. Uh-oh. And just cut everything off. I think sometimes when you have a part thread on the organizer or on the board, needle board, they just get a little bit tired. So sometimes they do weird things, they snag and everything. 3805. Let me get a new one. 3805, hot pink. Oh yes, Rose. Yes, Rox is correct. It's a patchwork quilt room and it's a mini version. So pretty. So I'll try this stitch again. And then I'm going to take it to the right here. 2 down. 1, 2, 1 left. Yeah. It's almost rainbow kind of color. So pretty. And one more color. This block will be completed. 33. So this one is one of the earliest patterns I got from Heaven and Earth, and I think I saw it on one of the floss tube channels. It was stitched on the larger stitches, like 14 or something like that, maybe 18, and I just fell in love with it. I thought, oh, those crazy beautiful colors. I can do with some of that. And then one more here. Yay! Finish this block. And I'm going to pop in the block below because it's right there. Right there. So Rose says, I'm going to try the way you're ending your threads. I like that you don't have to keep flipping your stitches back and forth. Oh, absolutely. Yes. I think when you're dealing with full coverage, I presume you mean flipping over the work to tuck it in. No, you don't want to do that because you'll be doing that most of the time. So all the ending methods for full coverage is all aiming at not having to flip the work over. So there are all sorts of methods. Absolutely. And it's so much easier. I think if you're doing sort of a sampler type of things, you know, I was very OCD with the way I end or start threads with samplers, but you're dealing larger stitches most of the time and also less stitches. So yeah, it's definitely I never flip my work over. I'm too scared to look at the back. That's all good. Might as well, you know, because the back would I think the back of my work is not too bad most of the time because I do make effort not to take the thread too far away, or at least make sure they're all tucked down. Lovely. So this block is finished, and then I've got a little bit of the next block. Let me just use my pen because the lines are a little bit fadey there. So just make sure I can see clearly. It's very easy to miss it. So I've got a little bit of this block to finish. Then you know, you can start to see the staircase pattern forming there. There you go, like that. It's very satisfying to look at. So I think I need another power snack, another piece of chocolate here in my vigorous stitching session. And this one's easy peasy because most of the stitches are the same color. So A17, get a new thread. A17. Oh, absolutely, Rose. It takes up time to flip the work around. And also you're not really get that much benefit because the back will ultimately you know, kind of get woven together. And yeah, it's just extra effort to flip back and forth, and particularly when there's confetti, absolutely. So Rose says she hasn't tried to park just yet. You can start from this method. I think this is the first parking method I learned. Block by block is quite easy to figure out because there's sort of relatively clear rules you can follow, and so you don't have to kind of overthink. Let me just move my cameras there. It looks a bit quicker, and you know, you can stitch in order relatively easily. So I think this is the first method I learned. I was so addicted to it. I was like thinking about it night and day. And I think when I learned this parking method, I was stitching 14 count. So it probably helped because the stitches are nice and big. So Roxy, you're flipping the work over as well. Oh, wow. You've got patience of a saint, because I can't imagine doing that. And there are so many great methods for you to end your thread from the front anyway. You can't see it. You can't see the end thread at all. So I normally just, my favorite method is the tucking in. It works for pretty much all fabric sizes that I know with full cross. I can't see anything. Yeah, you don't have to park to end your thread like that. You can just stitch till your threads run out or stitches run out. Absolutely. I think I missed this one. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let me just bring it down here. One, two down. 1, 2. Hang on. One over there. Okay. I think if I started learning parking using Gemma Stitches method, I probably would give up at that point, because you know you need to learn to the concept of parking first before you venture out to sort of freestyling a little bit. So colorful, this piece. And I think it's Amy Stewart as well, if I'm not mistaken. Let me have a check. I think this is Amy Stewart. This lady is just amazing. Yeah, when I used to do more samplers or smaller pieces, sort of a dimension kits, etc. Yeah, I would flip over the work because they tend to be a lot smaller, and also the stitches are larger, and also the way the charts were charted, they're less confetti, more sort of blocks of colors. So I was more obsessed about the back being so neat and tidy, you know, as part of the achievements. But I think full coverage like this is a different type of project. So it requires different methods. One more here. And I think it's quite fast as well. Just looking at it. It feels fast. I'm never fast. Let's just put it that way. But it feels faster in my mind. And 22. Roxy says, my bags look like an abstract painting, kind of like a different type of artwork when it's on. But I've seen some beautiful patterns and colors emerging just looking at the bag. I've seen bags that it looks like the front, as you said, like an abstract version of painting, Monet or something, Impressionist. Yeah, it creates really interesting effects. I'm too scared to flip my work over to show you, just in case it doesn't look like a painting. But at some point, I'll probably do a back party. I don't know. Can you have a party like that? So I don't mind what it looks like in terms of, you know, colors, etc. Or as long as they're all woven together, you know, you don't get like a big line of floating thread over everywhere. I've seen those, and it happens a lot when you do sort of cross country. You know, you just take your thread wherever you want, whenever you want, and then you just end up really bulky, messy bag. And also you probably waste a lot of material as well. I like to sort of be mindful about that. And it's not even about being frugal. It's just I like to think that all threads, as much as possible, get threaded, because that's what they're for. I don't want to waste them. They belong to be on the fabric, being stitched. So I'm parking diagonally because that's the, oh no, below, no, diagonal. So because that's the only stitch that's nearby. Hi, Shana. It's been a couple of days. How are you? Oh, so Roxy does cross country. Right, okay. But I try not to travel more than 10 holes. Okay, so that's more of a in a range of mini cross country, which is very civilized. Even I can manage that because cross country does make me nervous, but mini cross country is good, and I think that's what I've been doing kind of over, you know, here. Sometimes I do that, kind of just move around the stitches until that I'm not comfortable anymore. It's too far away, then I'll come back and find another color and stitch down. So And I think everybody has different comfort zone when it comes to cross country. And I think 10 stitches is very, very sort of doable, I think. So that's great to hear, Shanna. And I have one more stitch for this block, and I'll be moving maybe down this way. I don't know what to do because there's a few stitches down here as well. So I might leave this block and stick with the staircase shape. Okay, just one stitch, 606. 606. And are you stitching today, Shanna? 606. Lovely orange, deep, deep orange. I bet it's got a beautiful name. Yes, it's a lovely, lovely one. And this is the mini version as well. And I bet they do regular or max color. The M word. And I think this piece, I think it's Amy Stewart. I need to check. But it's been around for a little bit. I think when I bought it, it was back in maybe 2000 and it was in the middle of the lockdown. Maybe 2002-ish. Maybe 3, I can't remember. It's all a blur. All a blur. Yeah, Heaven and Earth, they do random sales of flash sales and also some days. They're very good at that, and you literally get half price. Patterns, which is quite good. And it's very dangerous, obviously, if you go. You rarely end up with nothing, at least for me. And I check from time to time to see if, oh, okay, I've already got one here already. Let me see. So that one's stitched already. Never mind. So I will pop this back. 606. Oh, Roxy, we always need more charts. You know? You know you do. Oh, man. Well, in fact, I just had another check, maybe yesterday, of the website. And I always go straight to new releases and hope and pray I won't find anything I like. Because if I do, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Let me move the camera over there so it's aligned. It's a little bit weird. Okay, that's better. And I have so many charts. I just buy them, but just leave them in my folder. And I have a few there still. I haven't started. And who knows? I mean, I look at them from time to time and go, oh, are you speaking to me? Sometimes they do, and you end up with one more whip. That's just the way it goes. That's how I roll. So I'm going to move down this block to keep that staircase going. So this block has been stitched partially. I'm gonna leave it for now. Trying to be good here, so everything is in order for now. 152, 152. One, 152. But sometimes they have the sort of quote-unquote limited edition or something. Maybe it's only available for a limited time. That's scary too, because you just feel like you have to rush and get it. Oh, Sarah, it's a new piece from Amy Stewart. It's called Cat Bookshelf. I'm already there. Just that title alone. Is that oh really? Is a new chart coming along? Cat Bookshelf. I didn't see a new pattern with cats. Tons of cats on as part of the design, but it didn't look very much like Amy Stewart piece. The color palettes are pretty tame. Oh, it's supposed to be released this year. My God, very dangerous. Okay, I'm going to be bracing myself because I love her work. I want to stitch everything that she came up with. Yes, it's a safe bet, Shanna. Got so many pieces. Let me have a quick check. I'm pretty sure this one's Amy Stewart as well. Let me check the PDF. Oh no, this one is actually by Cyril Marchetti. Wow, because I had another piece that was by him as well. I've got so many pieces, I'm getting confused. Yes, I just stitched another piece. I really should remember. Oh yes, the old craft room with dresses and everything. That's from him as well. So their styles, I wouldn't say similar, but they both have this tremendous draw for me, like color palettes, because this could easily be Amy Stewart piece. I wouldn't question it. Super size max color. Why not, Sarah? Go big, okay? Dream big. I haven't, I don't have anything that's super size yet. Oh man. So this is not Amy Stewart, just to clarify. But yeah, this is one of the artists I love as well. Here, so there's one stitch over here, and I'm going to pop to the right side. I think certain styles I just cannot resist. I'm just like, take my money, give me the pattern. I can be done with it. That's one part to the right. Oh my God, I can't wait to see what that piece is like. It's got cats on it and bookshop. What more do you need? I just need maybe a few more cupcakes for that piece. And that's my heaven. Ah, okay. So is that a lady? It's a lady, isn't it? Chiro. I don't know if it's a male or female name, but fantasy I'm less drawn to. Sort of dragons and sort of magic mushrooms. I prefer kind of a scene. You probably notice a lot of my pieces I'm working on is kind of a rim, well, it's kind of fantasy space, but it could be real. So there's some sort of reality to it, but at the same time, it's like a dream place for you to be. And I love pieces like that. 647, 647. Let me have a look. 647. Just noticed my electric fan has been on, so hopefully there's no noises in the background there. I turned it off. I wonder if I was feeling a bit drafty. Oops. And then 2 stitches to the left here, park. Roxy says, my favorite hate artist is Anne Stokes. Okay. She's the one that does all the cool dragons. I don't see many pieces of dragons, like a headshot of a dragon. I think a lot of people like that. Queen of the Horses. Oh my God. Oh wow, Shanna, 100 Fahrenheit. How hot is it for Celsius? I suppose it's super hot. Man, today we're a little bit cooler, 25, but still very hot for London standard, for sure. This is definitely not the norm. 208, 208. You know, every couple of years we get heat waves like this. And we complain about it for being hot, and then when it's gone, we complain about being cold. And if it rains a lot, we complain. It rains a lot. It's just the way it is. It's a national sport. Complain about the weather. 208. We're always surprised. You know, it's always cold and dark every winter, but we kind of go, wow, this is like really wet and dark, isn't it? Only this is like this every single year. How bizarre. Always surprised. Always surprised. One here. Let me make sure that I'm stitching in the right place. No, it's over here. 37, my goodness. Okay, that's hard. It's official. And yesterday we reached 30 degree, which is crazy. So today's like pretty cool in comparison. 25. No biggie. One stitch wonders. 315. 315. I can do this forever. Seriously, this is so enjoyable. And I'm gonna go over and do one stitch over here and then pop, because there's some unfinished stitches over there, so I'm gonna stitch out of order a little bit just so I can patch up all these stitches to make them neat and tidy. I might pot down. I think I'll do that. 1 2 3, 1 2 3. Park. So there's quite a lot of confetti here, so I'm gonna actually, I can do one block at a time, is probably better. Okay, one step at a time. 6 7 7. 6 7 7. Six, seven, seven, yellow. Kind of creamy yellow. And I have another piece. I'm pretty sure that's Amy Stewart. It's like a picnic theme with lots of yummy things. Like a cherry pie. It's just so whimsical. Two here, and I'm going to pop down. 4 from the left. 1 2 3 4, and 3 from top. Here we go. Three, 33. Lots of confetti coming. One more. The bottom row. And this one will be slightly tricky where I park it, because okay, I'm gonna just pop down here, because there are quite a few over to the left as well, but I'm not in theory normally this one would have been stitched already in the regular staircase, but so I'm gonna just park it down there. Beautiful. Shana asks, so it's 1/1. Yes, it's 1/1, 25 counts. Yes. So single strand, 3609, 3609, and DMC threads, 3609. And I'm doing the staircase parking, one block at a time. So this piece I hadn't worked on for close to a year. So there are a lot of legacy stitches. You know, I probably did mini cross country. So there are a lot of loose stitches here. And I'm trying to tidy up in order and hopefully bring it back to a more standard, regular staircase pattern. It's just so tempting to just keep stitching to the block to the right, but I can't. I'm gonna be good and just stay within the block. It's part of the discipline when you stitch a certain method. But it's quite a nice method to use when you have confetti area, because your focus is very much within that block, one color at a time. So it doesn't, yeah, it probably is a lot less overwhelming if you're stitching somewhere, because sometimes when it's so heavily confetti, I would do row by row, just, you know, so I don't get overwhelmed. But I think it's quite doable with this method as well. Night, Sarah. Oh, you what? You hit 1,000 stitches for a day. My, yeah. go get dinner. Get a big dinner because you probably burn about 500 calories minimum. Wow, well done. 1,000? I'm trying to recall if I ever did that. I shouldn't need to recall because I don't think it ever happened. It wouldn't be in my memory. It would be false memory if I claim to have done 1,000. I don't think I have. Maybe somewhere close. Maybe 700. And once, a while ago. How do you do that? That's crazy. 1,000. Enjoy your dinner. I'll see you soon. 99. I think I might end this thread because it's getting a bit short. $1,000 a day. So unless she's got like 72 hours a day, there's no chance I'll be able to stitch like that. Even if I go cross country, I don't think I'll be able to manage that. I haven't called myself slow stitcher for no reason. As it says on the tin. So for those who are in the chat, what is the highest record of stitches you ever managed to complete within a day? Human day, not Mars day. I think mine would be just over 700 once. I think I don't know what happened that day. I was just stitching like a crazy person. Oh, Sarah says 6 to 8 hours a day. Wow. That's amazing. You know what? I've been stitching probably 2-3 hours, sometimes longer in the last few days, every day. And it doesn't feel like that at all. So every session I finish, I'm always amazed how long I manage to stitch. But it just doesn't feel like that. It just feels like maybe an hour or maybe even 2 hours. But I don't know. Time just flies when you stitch. It's pretty amazing. That's your average. Now you're just showing off now, Sarah. 1,000 to average, man. It implies that sometimes you stitch more. Wow. 800 to 1,000. That's average. Yeah, I know some people can stitch really fast. I've seen it happen. No names. Kumari, the lady. She's so fast. She'll be chatting. She'll do live sessions, and her hands will be moving like this, like constant. It's just like, man, I can't blink because I'll probably miss about 3 stitches. 02, 02. So this block is kind of finished. I'm very happy with that. I'm going to move to the left and start tidying up this one down here. So there's 1 stitch here.
Wow, the highest 1,500. A round of applause, please, everyone. That is crazy. Rose says, I usually like a break about 500 stitches, and anything I stitch after that is just bonus.
500. Wow. So that's a daily goal. Amazing. I set 300 as my daily goal on my markup RXP, but I very occasionally hit it. And also it depends on the stitching method as well. If I do gemma stitches, it's about half the speed. But I enjoy it, so I do it. And with mini cross country, a bit faster. And also recently I started using cross stitch saga, which allows me to complete a certain area from minimum number of stitches, you know, in terms of color to maximum. I find it a lot faster as well. I don't know how. I suppose just the fact that you can move your stitches anywhere will make it slightly faster, but still, you know, if I hit 300 in about 3 hours, it's a good day. So I don't know how you guys do it.
Oh, Sarah. Okay, yeah, keep it on. When you're working on dinner, why not?
I'm so happy to hear that, Sarah. I enjoy your company too. And I'm learning so much just by chit-chatting. It's just like, you know, there's some Olympic level stitches out there that is stitching. Oh, 500 just normal, average day. 1,000, no biggie. 371, 371. It gives me something to aim for, you know. Yes, we would like to know what's for dinner. And one down here, I might just park it. No, I'm gonna stitch it. It's right there, talking to me. And then I'm going to pop down to the next spot. So 1, 2, 3, yes. Chicken and roasted potatoes. Wow, very wholesome. Very wholesome indeed. But roast potato is not easy to make. You know, to make really nice roast potatoes. I like them really crispy on the outside, and it's really hard to achieve. So I remember the best looking roast potato I've ever seen. It was probably Nigella Lawson's. Was it Nigella or maybe Jamie Oliver? I can't remember. It was literally the potatoes are boiled first, and then they get crushed slightly with a fork, but not mashing the potato, just like crushed slightly, so you create a lot of surfaces for the potatoes to kind of crisp up, to have the crispy edges. Who's hungry? Thinking about that right now, wherever you are, whatever time zone you are. You know, they're slightly crispy edges and quite rustic looking roast potatoes. Or maybe it was Ramsay, I can't remember. One of those. 906. 906. And I also like potatoes with skin on as well. So some people peel the potatoes. 906. Because if you go to pubs, potato skin is actually a thing, isn't it? Even though there's some potato, it's not just the skin. But the skin can be quite, not crispy, but slightly crusty. Really good to eat. Now, who's rushing out to get potatoes now? I am. If this wasn't midnight, I'll be rushing out to get some potatoes. What? You've been stitching for 47 years? What? Chicken and green beans. Shana is having chicken and green beans. It's official. So chicken is the theme today. It's a dinner of choice worldwide by Stitches. One and two. Ha. So everybody has different preferences when it comes to potatoes. I like baked potatoes as well, you know, the whole thing, just cut in half. And some olive oil, nice drizzle of olive oil. Hello, Dolly. It's Dolly time. Dolly wants attention. My cat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Hi, babe. How are you? What have you been up to? Well, Sarah, we've been stitching for 47 years. Yes, you probably have a little bit of a practice. You have that competitive edge. I've been stitching for barely 3. Well, this way anyway. I sort of play with, you know, smaller projects, samplers, etc. But it's not the same thing. I think we're stitching in a very different way with full coverage. So, four, 3, 4. 4, 3, 4. I like simple food. I don't like food that's too fussed. You know, just wholesome ingredients cooked in a very simple way. And it's delicious.
Sometimes I go to vegan restaurants, so I'm vegan, but I actually don't enjoy vegan restaurants because a lot of times they try to fuss over the food too much and try to make it kind of less vegan. Why would you do that, right? And so you end up, you don't know what you're eating. You're just like, you know, I mean, not all of them. Some vegan sort of diners, they keep things simple, but a lot of them just kind of fuss over too much, and it's just not my kind of food. I think I'm going to park it down there. It's a little bit far away, but I think I'm going to do that. Oh, Shana says, I'm a granny taught southern cook. Oh, a southern food? So I'm not well versed in Southern American cook. Well, not Southern American, Southern Southern American cooking. Trying to find the right term. Not South American food. That's a different thing, isn't it? You sound like a good cook, Shanna. I have a hunch. 3787. 3787. Just one stitch there. I think with this one, I might park it over here. Let me see. Just park it above that. A little bit far away, but chicken and dumplings. Ooh, us dumplings sounds amazing. Cornbread, fried everything. Why not? Everything tastes good when deep fried. Oh, dumpling. What's in the dumplings? Has it got fillings or just do you put dumplings in soup? It's interesting. Dumplings the interesting one because if you look at cuisines from all over the world, every single country has a version of dumplings. The dumplings, for instance, if you go to Asian restaurants, you have dumplings with some fillings. But if you go to look at Russian food, which is not very common to have Russian restaurants over here, but they have dishes that look identical to Asian dumplings, but they're eaten a different way, maybe different type of fillings. I mean, cuisine is just fascinating because for some reason, people from completely different countries and different continents and different food cultures come up with the same ideas about food. Like pasta, noodles, very similar, dumplings, and there are many, many things. People just come up with the same idea. It's almost like we're wired to come up with certain things, come to the same conclusions. It's just fascinating. 9:05. 9:05. cornbread sounds good as well. I don't know what it's like. Is it like scone? Do you know British scones? Like, it's sweet though, but there you can do cheese scones as well. 9:05. Now we're talking about food. Midnight in London. Great idea. Great idea. 2 stitches here. But it's good because it gives me some appetite. Because today I actually haven't eaten much other than some chocolate because it's so hot. You just didn't know what to eat. One more here. And even though I have no potatoes or roast potatoes in the house, I have chocolates. I can have another piece of chocolates. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go for the plain one this time. My all-time favorites. And chocolate here. Ah, okay. It's like a drier polenta. You're referring to cornbread. Okay, I get a picture. I get a picture. Polenta is lovely as well. Right. Got 3 more stitches on this block. One top. Where's this one coming from? Okay. 307. 307. It's still a top there. Yes. So you can still get your potatoes. I can't. Let's see. I'll probably keep it going till 1 p.m. 1 a.m. over here, which is about half an hour. That sounds doable. Time really flies when you're stitching. Just didn't know. It's past midnight over here. It's very scary. I don't have early classes tomorrow, so I can have a little bit of a lie-in tomorrow. And I'm going to park it down here. Yes. Yes, I can't go wrong with chocolate. Exactly. It's my power snack. Superfood. And it's delicious. Yeah, Shanna, watermelon. It's really hard to find good watermelon over here. Most watermelon you find in British supermarket, they're all cut up and they're all waterlogged. And sometimes they're relatively sweet, but a lot of times just watery. It's terrible. And very occasionally, if I pop down to my local kind of health food stores, some of them actually do proper um watermelon, like half of them or quarter of them, like those red big watermelon. And if I come across them, I'll get a wedge, but otherwise I try to avoid those cut up ones, prepackaged watermelon, just rubbish you're eating. 743, and it costs a fortune as well. It's easily £4 for a little, like a box waterlogged watermelon. Not my idea of a good food. 743. 743. I need a new thread. There you go. And I love lentils as well. It's my go-to comfort food. A lentil soup as well. I know it's mentioning hot soup in a very warm day, but it's just food for soul, soul food. Lentils. One stitch here. Oh, I do have one part there. How strange. Okay, then I might end it here. Just tuck it in. Tuck it in here. Seven, 4, 3. Zip it back. Oh, yes, Shanna. Pre-cut ones instantly adds about £5 on top of it, or $5. I went, $10. My goodness. And normally it tastes awful because pre-cut, it means that, is made contact with oxygen, whatever. And God knows who touched all the pieces. That, someone has to cut them. And yes, it's just not something that you should spend money on. It's not worth it. If it's a good piece of watermelon, I'm happy to pay for it. But otherwise, what am I eating here? So if I'm following the pattern, I should be doing this one though, shouldn't I? So zigzag over here, and then this one. I'm following the rules as much as I can. I'm gonna do from bottom up. Ha. Yes, farm shop is the best. If you're lucky enough to have farms near where you are, then definitely that's the best bet. I mean, we have something called quote unquote farm market. So where I live on Saturdays, I think there's supposed to be like a farm market. It's just, you're supposed to get vendors from, they grow their own vegetables and, do their own, make their own things. And, but it's not cheap at all. And also, I don't think many of them actually grow their own produce. I think they probably buy from wholesale somewhere and then just kind of sell in a way that it looks like a farm type of situation. I don't know. It's I don't want to say they're misleading, but it's a little bit. They're called farm shops, but if you talk to the vendors, oh, so did you grow this spinach? And they go, oh no, well, it's from somewhere else, and the price is about double comparing to supermarket because of that farm sort of image. So it's a little bit of a little bit questionable. But you can probably find watermelon there from time to time, like a real watermelon. But it doesn't mean it's much cheaper though. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 up. So Shanna, you never try lentils? Oh man, pre-lentils. Please give it a go. It's just delicious. And if you pre-cook, well, there are a couple ways you can enjoy it. You can pre-cook the lentils, just boil them till they're tender, and then you can sprinkle them on the salad or just have them on the side, seasoned with some sea salts, and it's delicious. You can have it instead of peas or potatoes. You can have them there, or you can add them to your soups, like chunky vegetable soups. Oh, to die for. To die for. It's really good for you. High fiber, lots of vitamins. Superfood, my book. 1, 2, 3. Yes. That wouldn't go over well. That wouldn't go over well here. I don't know what the typical sort of cuisine is where you are. I mean, from what you mentioned, well, you can deep fry lentils. How's that? If it's deep fried, it's good. Thumbs up. That's so funny. But over here in Scotland, it's kind of a running joke because everything's deep fried over there. You have deep fried, everything. Deep fried Mars bars. I don't know, it's a British saying Mars bar, but it's a chocolate bar that has very little chocolate in there. But it's it's kind of chocolate bar. It's got coconut flavor bits in there, and they're quite known for deep frying chocolate bars like Mars bar. Oh my! Just in case, Mars bar, chocolate bar is not rich enough. Let's deep fry. Put them, dip them in batter, and just deep fry them. Why not? It's totally, it's totally your cup of tea. I can see that. Deep fry Mars bar. You can do the same. Let's see. Trying to recall what else they deep fry. Oh, you know what, Shanna? This is one for you to try. They deep fry pizza as well. So they cut the pizza in wedges, maybe the whole thing. Do you know how big the pizza is? And then they would deep fry pizza. They dip them in batter and deep fry them. It's a thing. It's a thing, Shanna. It's the fine Scottish cuisine here for you. I think anyone from Scotland right now, they probably want to throw their needles at me. Oh my. But it's true though. It's a local delicacy, deep fried pizza. And it reminds me of my college canteen food. You will see students. You guys probably know baked beans, right? English baked beans. And you go to canteen, order a piece of really cold and hard pizza. They might heat it up in the microwave for you if you're good. And you take that pizza, and then you basically pour tons of baked beans on top of it, and you eat it like that. Is that considered child abuse if you if you feed that to your children? I don't know. 371, but it's a thing, and people survive. People survive that. 371. Deep fried ice cream. No, now deep fried ice cream is a delicacy, okay? It requires skill. And it's ice cream. It's supposed to be deep fried. What else do you do with ice cream? Oh, Shauna has Scottish roots. So there you go. That's in your DNA. Deep fried pizza and Mars bar. Give it a go, Shauna, and report back. We need your feedback. Everything tastes good deep fried. It's absolutely true. Everything tastes good when it's crispy, right? When it has some sort of coating. Why do we enjoy that so much? I'll go for deep fried ice cream. And this one I'm going to end here. And I'll manage a few more, maybe a few more stitches here. And I'll wrap up and I'll show you how many stitches I've done today in my epic, vigorous power stitching session. Power by Chocolate. 743. 743. Deep fried hot dogs. Yes, that's totally doable. So you keep these. Do you mean hot dog sausages or sausage sausage and bun together? How do you keep it together? How do you keep how do you keep the sausage inside the bun? I would like to know. These are the profound culinary questions, mysteries we need to solve. So you need to have something to bind the two objects together and make sure they don't fall apart when they deep fry. Yeah, I can imagine deep fried, hot dogs probably taste quite good. It was delicious. I love it. And deep fried pizza is definitely, you'll probably enjoy that. 1, 2, 3. One over here. Probably make this my last color here. And do I have any stitch nearby? Oh, it's a little bit far away, so I'm going to end it. here. Lovely. $977 here. No bun, so just sausages. Okay, that's easy peasy. So it's fried sausages, hot dog sausages. Okay, that sounds doable. There's no need to keep the buns attached to the sausage. Right, so here we go. Let's have a look at my result today. So let me remove this little thing here. Oh, look at the transition of the colors here, so beautiful. So today what I've done is to start to kind of tidy up all the loose stitches I created in a previous session over a year ago, and start to create this staircase pattern, following the staircase parking method. I'm sure it's got a different name, but that's what I call it. And I'm going to, in the future sessions, I'll be continue to working on this. It's such a pleasurable. I haven't stitched this way for a little while, and it creates this beautiful zigzag pattern diagonally to the left. You can tell there's a lot of confetti here, so there's some work to do, but I'm here for it. So let me quickly look at the chat here. Shanna says oh, but make sure you oh, split ends, they explode, I bet. Yes, that's a very good tip. It's like certain things, when if you want to pop them into microwave, you better prick holes, otherwise you get a mini explosion. That's a very good tip, Shannon. Very good tip. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sarah. Yes, I really love it. The color is just so beautiful. It's so well charted. So let me just show you the full markup. You haven't seen this piece. Oh my, that's so beautiful. So you can see I'm working on the top left there, from the curtain down toward the flower baskets there, and the windows behind. And I'm really looking forward to all the objects on the table there. Oh, I just love fabrics and textile and all the colors. So this is the piece I'll be working on more, I hope. And today, what a beautiful session here. Thank you for joining for the chat, all you ladies, your champions, and all those people who've been watching. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy the sessions here and the conversation. And it's nearly 1 a.m. in London in the morning. So I'm going to wrap up and maybe have a cup of tea, and I'm going to bed. Okay, so I catch you maybe tomorrow for another session to see how it goes. I have an evening class there, see when I come back, and maybe go for another shorter session of stitches tomorrow as well. And I have no idea what I'm going to be working on, so it's going to be a surprise for you and for me as well, as usual. So here I am in London. Wherever you are, good morning, good afternoon, and definitely good night from here, from peaceful London. Night night, everyone. Night night, Shannon, Sarah. Thank you for the chat, and all you guys. Good night, nighty night.